All right, there we go. Good morning, people. Boop. Ding ding and such. Why is tech ripping? It's a good question. Is it? It looks like QQQ's up 8%. Netflix is up, but they beat earnings last night. Apple's up a tiny bit. So is Google and AVGO. And everything else in tech is red, including the video. I'm just not that impressed. Am I getting cat on the screen if you can? Yeah, sure. Have to be careful of the support. Amex is down, but they beat this morning. Okay. HE said what? Wildfires? I have no idea. Utility firm and other defendants agreed to pay more than $4 billion in settlement amount, as per Bloomberg report. Company and other defendants face multiple lawsuits from residents, the county of Maui, and shareholders over Maui wildfires in 2023. Destroyed residential buildings and caused damage worth $5 billion, killing at least 106 people. Evercore analysts say potential settlement could reopen capital markets for HE and present it with the option to issue equity at a discount and or parent level debt at a high interest rate. There's your answer. That seems bad. Yeah, it might be. But it might be also better for than the prior presumption. Are you sick? No, just some allergies this morning. Um the prior presumption that they would simply go under in the event that the lawsuits were more than they could handle. Although, I mean, the stock price probably won't stay up for very long. My girlfriend can't get her meds because her pharmacy uses Crowd. Rip me. Let's rip literally everyone who uses CrowdStrike, right? So puts on HE, I'd be patient. But yeah, I mean they're gonna have to issue debt to meet the settlement. Let's see if it gets some weakness. It's getting awfully close to 215. Let's see. Dollar's up 15 points. yields at the top end of the curve are moving up? Maybe. What sounds better on a resume? An associate or half of a bachelor's? I don't know. How will Crowd not get sued into oblivion after this? I'm sure they have some language that protects them in their disclaimers. For the rare instance where they become the exact thing that they're trying to protect against. Where's DN now? 55, 61, 26. GN is at 5604.36. Cat's got a little bounce to 53. So much shit to manage. This is an interesting support. Okay. So let's see. It's probably kind of bearish, right? Could slip back down to 55.40 on a failure of 55. On a breakout of 55, we could move up as high as like 55.80. We should focus on DN. And then monthly GN is at 55.16.90. Palo Alto is doing okay this morning. Fortinet or Cloudflare. Cloudflare and Palo Alto are both doing pretty well. Shorting CrowdStrike seems dangerous. I like it. It's already down 11%. Hmm. Do, do, do. Tricky. All right, let's see. How would you play your straddle for a day like today? When do you set stops on either side? If it doesn't clearly pick a direction, we usually wait and sell something against the opposite side. So it'll create like a credit spread against whichever way we break, I suppose, at this point. Grind up a bit and big drop. We need, for a big drop, we're going to need to get probably below 55.30, but we could drop to 55.30 from here. Breakouts at 55 are kind of dangerous. But I would say things are starting to look a little bit more bearish the longer we hang out under 55. Futures is kind of boring. Might be failing the retest of the trend, but we're back above 55.85 on futures. Back below that is a signal. So if we fail 85 on ES again, I would keep an eye on that. Dollar's rising pretty quickly. YM looks like it's underperforming today. Is money moving elsewhere now? We started to get some weakness in breadth yesterday. It's not necessarily that it's moving elsewhere. It's possible that just no more money is moving into that. Go EV CSPs soon? Maybe. Yeah. Thank you, CrowdStrike, for getting me out of my 8:30 and 9 o'clock meetings. Should I hedge my August IWM puts with some 0 DTE calls, 218, 219 today? How's the setup for IWM looking? Could we hit 215 still? Yeah, it can still fail. But there is call interest that hasn't fallen off yet at 220. Jamie just destined for max pain. Ugh, gross. Don't use that term. It's meaningless. Jack and Jill went up a hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack sold some puts, blew up his shortfall position after Japan sold off U.S. Treasuries en masse. Well, they haven't done it en masse yet. And they probably won't unless they absolutely have to. Make SMCI red again. It's just a silly nursery rhyme. Can you throw in something about geopolitical risk? Where's the money? Those are better than money. Here, IOUs. Jesus Christ. Wait, where's my energy stuff? God damn it. This is a fucking boring start to the day. Dispersion still breaking down. Forward yield on vol is up. Skew pulled back a little bit yesterday. VIX is still in backwardation. Any good news for SMCI this morning? No, still a shitload of puts above 800. Oh, what are we doing? Oh. Hmm. I don't like that. IWM pumping. It's getting a little bounce. This is quite the battle for the morning. Bears are very close to a point where they could get squeezed off. They're fighting back against it. Like, no squeezies. Stop it. I don't even know how to feel about that. Bears are in a good position to push as well. Well, they're not in a bad position to try to push down. I would argue under 45, they probably get a pretty distinct advantage. But so close to risk. Right? Break 50 and we run. Although they did kind of manage to curb stomp this one. I guess we really need to break D on. Yeah, maybe I don't need to worry about the upside here. Mm. All right. Bruce, computer's finally booting up. We'll see. Charm's a little negative here. Delta and Gamma are very negative. All right. 55. Yeah, 55.60. Delta goes positive. Under 45, we probably got some bigger moves down. 45.40 is the support. This is a good sign. Let's see how futures is doing. Futures isn't so great. Ooh. Okay, I don't want to be short for too long. Cat has support at 350. Yes. Big support. The Tesla bulls are dead. Yeah, they're getting fucked today. Yo, I'm rich. Woo. Nice. On what? You think about re-entering Fubo calls? No, not particularly. Potatoes? You see the overnight VIX behavior? Yeah, everyone's computers crashed. Hmm. 810 is resistance. Still getting an awful lot of fucking shit from that. Bix is flat at 16. That's on GoEV off reg show. Okay. Did it fall off reg show last night? That would explain the covering we saw. And, yeah, off last night. We'll probably see it get shorted again then. Options tracing for SCX isn't updating my WeBull account. Options aren't even showing up in Fidelity. I guess this is all CrowdStrike's fault or something. Probably, yeah. If that's the case at your broker, stay the fuck away from contracts. I don't know why your options pricing wouldn't be updating a Webull though. I'm seeing an update. Opposite of the direction I want it to. Okay. It's becoming less of a resistance. Bearish consolidation of SMCI, rising wedge, which they tend to break down a little more often than they break out, but moderately. We'll have to see. It hasn't gotten another high, which is kind of interesting. But we still want to see it lose VWAP. Quite a lot of puts to the downside on SMCI if it loses 800. But that will probably mean that the SPX also needs to slip. And right now, that looks far more stable. There's support there, 35, 30. So this level is pretty important. Like right there. How's IWM doing? Let's see. Apple's still rebounding a bit. EPAM took a hit today. Vana's bouncing back a little. Ooh, that's what I wanted. That's the good stuff. Nope. Keep going. Vol starting to pick up. I think that's what we really need to push us over the edge, is a bit of a spike in volatility. Concerning. Son of a bitch. Gap fill at 50. I can just sit on it. Cat is going under. Ooh. Yeah, gapped over the 50 strike. That's fun. But that might be bullish for QQQ. Mm-hmm. This is terrible. Ooh, somebody just bought a bunch of in the money pits. Hmm. Is a range of 345 too greedy on cat? Um, but assuming that it'll drop to 345, I don't think that's that absurd. Strikes are offset every $2 on the weeklies there, I think. Nope, this week doesn't have those. It only has 50s and 45s. Doesn't have 47 50s. So now, probably not that absurd if it continues to fail. Hmm. Yeah, quite a lot of volume on these calls here. Oh, really? Son of a bitch. Oh, there we go. So don't want to lose that. Sell to. Okay. 10:30. All right, so yeah, out of the money calls. Interesting. Well, I think they gotta try something eventually here. I think crowd will mean revert. No. Maybe, well, maybe not right away. It's probably going to keep having a fairly rough day. If we get any put capitulation here, I think bulls are going to try to push for 50. If they could get 50, they could try for 85. Still need to get above DN, though. That's another gap. I think it's filled now, though. A lot of support on QQQ. Some of tech is doing okay, but not all of it. It's not a very broad pump. I wonder if they're going to give up on the dispersion trade like they did yesterday. So if they are, this is where they would. 36.83. Motherfuckers. Oh. The fuck? Did I buy something? No. What the hell was that noise? Bulls are on PCs. I don't know if they could stop it now. Yeah, QQQ is starting to sell off pretty hard. Yeah, where does this find support now? 20? 20 would start to pressure the short puts from this morning, though. And if those squeezed off, 55.05 maybe. Yes. Support at 75, but this is the third test. Support at 70, actually. Chances of 5,500? They get a lot better if we slide down to 55.20. There's a lot of short puts in the money at 55, or out of the money at like 55.20 through 55.10. And then probably there'd be support at 5,500. A continuation here is a good sign for the more downside. Vol's going up quick. Fed speakers start at what time? William starts speaking in about 8 minutes, so careful of that. Hmm. Pricing updates are kind of shitty. Well, Gherk DMs. Secret Friday penis. Thank you, Popcorn Trader. Hmm. Still looks like we're gonna pressure those short puts. There's like no interest here at this strike. It's a really shitty place to get hung up. Ooh, we filled the gap. Hmm. I need some fucking coffee. Hmm. Yeah, MQ's got a little bit of range before it hits support. 725.25. What's up, Nuke? Hmm. BNet's getting much more interesting around $10. Yeah, it's been doing some stuff. Failed yesterday's high. Looks like some profit taking, though. I'm surprised we didn't get a stronger continuation here. They've air gapped their short puts. Hmm. Second test. Thank you, need to. They've been doing this for like 2 days now. They're selling all their short puts like 2 strikes out of the money so that they don't have the same risk of getting squeezed out. Although it doesn't give them as much leverage, which is kind of shitty. And makes it difficult for them to pump things. All right, let's lose 25 and squeeze these fuckers. Let's go. Oh, you bitch. Remember the bear song? I do. If we get below GN on the monthly, I'll play it for you. By squeeze, do you mean double bottom? No. I want the short puts to squeeze. That's why vol started moving up again. I want that to keep happening. And then we can dump this. I still haven't closed any of my fucking puts. If you play the bear song, can you give me a 5-second warning so I can get out of my puts? No. Absolutely not. Just do it. There you go. Yeah. A little tappy tap. Hello. Ah, bastards. Fucking shit stains. What was the PT on the SMC downside? 785. 780. Did it do it? Oh, no. It did fail the breakout, though. Hmm. If you play the bear song, can you give me a 5-second? Okay, but pump? No, pumps are hard here. I'm probably not gonna pump. That's difficult to do. What did I get stopped out at? 1240. So that's a discount. Retest 32, maybe? Let's see how things look. Delta's in the fucking toilet. Fuckers are buying calls. Buying lots and lots of calls. Hmm. Son of a bitch. What's up, popcorn? Why red? This is what you've wanted. Yes. Wait, what the fuck? God damn it. Hmm. Just slightly higher low than earlier. Or yesterday. But can dispersion work here? They're starting to push the dispersion trade again. Wouldn't squeeze short puts. If we fall under 25, we start to pressure them. Hmm. All right, give me 1 second. I had to get some coffee. All right, what the fuck is going on here? Are we bouncing or not? Vol just picked up. Short puts start to pull back here. We're gonna fail. Got call buying to the upside, but not nearly enough. A little bit more at 35.40. Not very much at 45. A bunch at 50, but there's also a shitload of puts there. Should be able to slide around this like 50 to 30 range pretty easily, though. More short puts. Looks like a diamond bottom. Uh, could IWM get below 200 by September? It depends on inflation, like quite a bit on inflation. Also, Fed rate decisions and the Fed narrative. It's definitely a boring position day. I don't even want to go down to make money on 2D puts. I just want to be able to go back to buying equities. um, mm, Careful with the assumption that if the market were to go down, equities would all of a sudden be a good deal. They could just be a bad deal for a really long time. What can go wrong selling short puts under GN? A lot of things. QQQ's doing stuff. Right? We're still pushing back on dispersion. Forward yield on vols coming down. Oh, that's not getting much better. If SPX hits like the 3,500 mark, I'm buying stuff. That's fair. But what? Ooh. Okay, long puts. No. So we'd get a bit of a boost if we break up here. Oh. $55.55? No. No. Maybe 50, and then big resistance. Like 45.50's got a lot of resistance. SMCI downs dead. They were when it broke the upper trend. I don't know, did it break back up? I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, obviously. Is FSLR a play anymore? Sure. Maybe just not right now. It needs to get back above like 20, 30 to start running off into that like longer dated call interest again. Hmm. All the SMCI puts are longer dated? No, they're expired today. The picture I put in Pickles Picks is only today's expiration. Carvana back at 135. That's kind of interesting, especially with IWM falling. Should I add? Maybe. I might add if it bounces. But it looks like it got rejected at 135. Lily, more downs. I have no idea. I'm not watching it. The attempted pump did not work. It's not over yet. It's not working very well. But it's also, yeah, it's also not over. Hmm. They're not really selling the calls. But there was some profit taking. Mm. God damn it, Dork. Oh. What are bulls doing? Sucking at their job. Does this change anything? No, not really. Not squeezing the short puts yet. What if we keep dropping? Huh. All right. Oh, that's momentum. Pushing into the short puts again. Hmm. If those squeeze out, that's like $10 more range. ES 5560 test. Good entry for EPAM earnings. Might sell off into earnings. They did guide down. Well, there's a big fat gap underneath us. Hmm. Yeah, this should start to squeeze off some of the short puts. They're largely sold at 20 and 52.20, 52.15. Was Dow volatile enough to hit 53 today? Maybe. It's falling pretty fast, so the volume's kind of low today. I would say it's possible. 53.50 might be a little supportive. We don't have Greeks for futures. That would require a CME distribution license, which is expensive as fuck. NQ is futures. NDQ? You're just making shit up now. You mean NDX? Probably. There's no options on that fucking chain, usually. It's usually pretty dead. When cat plummet? Cat's already down super hard today. Just because you wake up at like fucking noon smooth doesn't mean the market's gonna wait for you. Another effort to protect those. It's just too dangerous. It just broke through support though, didn't it? It broke through 50, yeah. What do you think about crowd put leaps? Once the info about monetary damage and settlements comes out, it's bound to take a hit, yes? Is it? It's been arguably like one of the most resilient fucking stocks I've ever encountered. I'd be really careful shorting it. And you have no idea how well their terms of service protect them. Bull's gonna try to V this today. They've been trying to V it all morning. They keep buying calls at like 30, 40, like 30, 35, 40, 45, and 50. And they're selling puts at 55.20, 55.15, mostly. The problem is there's a bunch of in the money puts to the upside that have big piles of delta, and we're in a negative delta environment. So regardless of the bulls' desire to turn this shit around and stop their short puts from squeezing, they're still in like a really bad position, right? The market makers offering them zero support and are in fact just selling. Dear God. Hmm. No, the MM's not selling on the flat tape, but they're selling on any down tick. And a lot, too. So rejections are very hard to manage. Hmm. Apple's got a little bit of weakness, but Nvidia looks kind of strong. Tesla probably bottoming out on the 40 support. Meta's doing pretty good today. Microsoft looks all right too. They're definitely trying to push that a little bit with the dollar coming up. Apple kind of looks like shit. We feeling good? Yeah, I'm fine. Just managing a lot of shit. I have, I have like Vega puts and stuff that I'm trying to manage. That's why I've been quiet the last couple of days. How about FSLR? Listen, just because something makes you money once doesn't mean you have to talk about it for an entire year. This isn't super stock. There's a bunch of macro problems with it. That's why it's not really gaining any ground. Everyone's worried about debt in Europe, and the US isn't exactly on a sustainable fiscal policy either. And to build out that infrastructure, you need big government subsidies. And if there's any risk of those drying up, everyone's going to get spooked out of solar. I'm just asking a question about it. I know, but you're like the 30th person today while it's traded at 215 all morning. I have to have a breaking point, BMG. Everyone's still hanging on the idea of $100 GME and AMC to this day. That's just how it goes. Brother Bear. Has Superstock blamed the data outages for GME falling yet? I know you haven't gotten asked this, but how IWM, JK, I don't give a fuck about IWM. How are my 700 SMCI 0 DTE puts looking? Not good, man. Why would you? Never mind. I'm really tired of bulls fucking this up. Oh, now they're getting squeezed. Useless sons of bitches. Gotta push down to 55.15 at least, right? Or 10. I'll fucking sell these. If we don't get a bounce here, I'm out. Yep. That's the breakdown. We can go a little further. Like 05? 55.05? Which would be... Oh, no. We're below GN now. That's the 55.60 test on ES. So we have ES support here, which we may just lose anyway. We fell through the sold puts. Yeah. Am I buying longer puts here, or could this be the bottom? I have long puts. I might start to take some profit on some of them though. Because, yeah, we could always bounce off of gamma neutral. If we push down to 5,500, yeah, we probably could see VIX get pretty close to 17. This could still violently bounce, right? Always, yeah. Anytime. Unless we get down below DN on the monthly, yes. 2 weeks ago, we were at this level and we bounced $200 in like 2 days. Never forget. To be fair, at that point, we weren't below gamma neutral, though. This is a bigger deal. And we were a little lower. We were like, what, 54.60? Every time they try to push into the dispersion trade, it just snaps back against them. What's monthly GM? 55.16. We just failed it. Hmm. 55.10 supports. Fuck. HBM, okay, entry here, not ideal. I'm not buying it here. Not unless we see the dollar start to decline again. Thoughts on EPAM? Probably selling off a bit before earnings. They guided down, right? Hmm. These short puts should be fucked. 5450 possible? Very unlikely. But I would say like 70 or 80 could be. If we'd have to pick up quite a bit of volatility, but yeah, if we did, I would say maybe like 5480 wouldn't be out of the question. There's support at 5505, which is what they're going to try to bounce this off of. But both ES and NQ failed major support levels. Bounce here is gonna be pretty tough. Thoughts on GLD re-entry? Wait for the pullback. Yeah, see where it finds support. I think probably around 2375. Where's Dixie headed? Support might be at 2400. That would be new. Interesting. Yeah, it did catch a buy at like 2397. I would say if it establishes support here, this isn't a bad entry, but it's way too early to tell. Unless you're just trying to scalp it. Dollar's up 2 days in a row. So are yields. Smooth. Which Dixie? My Dixie wrecked. I got my call hedge to secure Black Monday. Excellent. Yeah, I'm not really worried about hedging anything unless we break above like 55.85. Although my 56.20 pets expire today, so those are done. I cut like half of my TQQQ puts, and then I still have the 56.60s, which have a little bit more theta on them. On the October 4500s. When did you buy the 56.20s? They were a dead straddle leg from like the beginning of last week. Or end of last week. I think it was like end of last week. Like was it last Friday? The 56.20s? They're worth like $108. Do you have appetitor where you would go long beyond? Excuse me? No, usually if I have a confirmation, like this morning's confirmation was a breakdown at 55.40, right? So that's when I start opening credit spreads. And I enter them slowly, but and all the calls I sold when we broke 55.40, I can buy them back now. Aptwitcher? Duh. I mean, Cat lost its major support level, so sure. But I wouldn't stay short Cat for a long period of time. It's very volatile. Did any of the bear shit miss? SMCI, right? Like, SMCI just still hasn't failed. It's almost a reversal. Could just get some stupid out of the money shit. it's still like 550. It's not even that bullish. I'm not even buying calls now. What's up with Carvana? It bounced. Let's see, some of the 35 plus call positioning sold off. So probably move my risk up a little bit. Maybe 37. There's still some calls up here though. I'd very much like for this to fail. What's driving it? The whole market's down. It's a illiquid piece of shit. Also, Gamma's fairly positive to the upside of 30. Holy shit, IWM did tap 215 today. Monthly GN rejection? Maybe. It should actually act as a resistance. Speaking of which, where is it? 56 or 55, 15, 55, 16, 90. Breaking back above that can be kind of bullish, though. Getting vol under control a little bit. Ooh, we filled the cool trend, the gap trend. That's where we fucking bounced last time, too. Maybe I should be taking profits more aggressively here. F 55, 60, and 90. What's the question mark? Oh, you know, it'd be awesome. A failed bear rally. like that. Why did you will that into being? We need it. Need more put positioning to come in. Downside's getting grindy. Vol's not going up fast enough. If realized vol crunches, we're gonna get something anyway, right? It'd be cooler if we dropped a little more though first. Like get the test at 54.46. How did bulls catch the knife? They haven't yet. They're very far from catching the knife. They're just like holding the knife slightly off of the floor. Uh, 55.85, 55.90. That's not really that big of a bounce. So juggling the knife with their feet like a soccer ball. Sort of, yeah. Actually, the faster it happens, the more bearish it would be. It'd be much better if it was like 2 or 3 days rather than an entire week. If the climb up is too slow, right? That's gonna build a lot of stability. So you don't want, if you're bearish, you don't want to see that. You want it to like fucking just rocket and then fail. Oh wait, you can't see the chart. I'm just scribbling nonsense. So you don't want a stable uptrend like that. That's bad. That'll just continue. Yeah, you want it to move up very quickly and then back down very quickly. Nice, man. Moved out to this trend. Still bullish. Consolidation. Getting support from sold puts at 15. 15.20. A little bit of call buying at 55.20 also. And then we still have calls out to 55.40, 55.50. There's resistance at 55.45. I lost so much money on being constantly stopped out volatile premium in the contracts. You're going to have to change your approach as volatility increases. Ooh, they're really trying to run it. Alright, we've got some put capitulation. Huh. Oh, Go EV's moving back up again. Barely. Vol picked up on it though. I should probably just sell puts on that. Good re-entry for long puts if it fails. Good. Let's see. Delta turns positive at 40, so we're still way below that. But a lot of bot puts pulled back on this bounce, which is concerning if they don't reposition. Dude, doesn't that mean VIX is probably going to go back to 12 or 13? What, if we get a bear rally? That's a good question. That depends on how much they short vol. And usually the like diminished volatility shorting is a sign of a bear rally, right? And that like vol doesn't get shorted down as hard. Like August 2022. VIX isn't high right now. Hmm. Bull, they're trying. It's not bullish yet, and if we get rejected, we're gonna fall right back down, like right back down again. Um, Probably to like 55.15, like back here. But if we don't get rejected, they do have a little bit of a ramp. And yeah, this would kind of be the break point for it. They're selling in the money calls, which is insane. So there are definitely still some bears hanging out. 'We've forgotten what high VIX is. Yeah, I know. Guess we'll see. If we get more short calls coming in here, we just aren't yet. Kind of a little skittish. $55, $30, $88. That would be the breakout. MNQ's underperforming though. Yeah. Okay, bulls are getting a little more aggressive with the vol short. What's it looking good for a 2750 test? Or is the upside risk still dangerous? I don't think so. Liquidity's turning around pretty hard. That's getting shorted. I would definitely confirm that 2750 breaks down before going short, but unless you're already short higher. If this was it for now, still an awesome SLT. Got my eyes on OPEX though. Well, OPEX is half over. But yeah, next week could be interesting. A lot of range. No data though. That's my problem. Is all of this is breaking apart mechanically, but no catalyst. No big catalyst. Like a lot of this can be brushed aside with just, you know, we had some big sector shift and it propagated, you know, like a bit of a short put squeeze, right? But now we're starting to get into the range where like the longer dated short puts are massively at risk. And this is, you know, this is where they need to defend it. Also, bulls were running into a brick wall to the upside, so we had to get a pullback at some point, right? Constantly slamming the price into VN's not really sustainable. And a couple things went right. I mean, inflation expectations picked up a little bit yesterday, right? So some of the long buyers in R2K got burned, which is, you know, a little bit of like leverage destruction. But if the dollar keeps rising against the yen, they're going to use that leverage to push dispersion, which they've been trying to do all day. Not super successfully, but they have gotten a little bit of a reversal on it. And they're definitely not like scared at these levels, right? Like they're not going to be afraid to sell out of the money puts here. Where they sold them. Jobless numbers were higher too. Yeah, I don't think anybody gives a shit about the jobless numbers. They're not like historically very high, right? Like they're in like, you know, like the 90th percentile historically for, well, low. So it's, yeah, it's they're still exceedingly low. We start to see that get up to like 400,000. That's a different story. 400 to 500,000. Like they're saying labor is coming back into better balance, but it's still kind of hot as fuck. I think like the long run unemployment average is around like 4.2%. And that's just like average, right? It's not like the any kind of contraction in the labor market. Everyone thinks Charizard is the best starting Pokemon, but we know it's really Blastoise. Neither of those are starting Pokemon. They seem to be failing a little bit. Squirtle is king. Hmm. Not failing enough, though. SMCI end of day prediction? I have no idea. It looks like it keeps squeezing off pits. I got out when it broke up. Fuck that shit. Hmm. Microsoft's just completely fucking flat. Apple and Meta look like they're failing. Tesla's definitely, yeah, Tesla's losing 240. AVGO might be at the bottom. Google's failing. Amazon looks fine. Not a very strong rejection on Nvidia. It's gonna be hard to stop tech from bleeding here. Dispersion's starting to flatten out. So they either need to push this harder or their pump's gonna fail. They did get that forward yield on vol back down a bit. It's down to like 2.22%. Carry trade's getting leveraged up pretty hard. You look into some sweet OPEX plays. There's like a small chance that Fubo and GoEV could have continuations of the covering we saw, like the slight covering we saw this week. Upstart's already blown out. GME kind of looks like shit. I would say BNet would be interesting, but it doesn't have any options. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, if the market reverses next week, mega cap tech's gonna push back up. Any charm impacts on cat in the afternoon? Mm, depends how close to 350 it is. Under 350, yeah, a little bit, but it's gonna be minor. The impact of charm on like individual equities generally isn't very significant. Not unless it's like something like Apple or Tesla or Nvidia, where you have mass, like just absolute fuck tons of options contracts. What did you say the next CTAs were? 54.46. Maybe a little bit at like 54.70, but not a ton. Cheers for another month. Thanks, Robin your head. On the push scale of salt and pepper to a pregnant lady, how hard do they need to push it here? I mean, bears don't really need to do a lot. Um, but if they did something, we'd move down really hard. I think you're right. Sure, it was being bought at the ask. Yeah, bid ask isn't the best measure of bought sold. It's really like flipping a coin. Especially when you're dealing with large blocks of contracts that are probably just being like I mean, depending on how much, they're probably being filled by the MM, as the MM needs inventory. And so, the bid ask is kind of irrelevant. Or they're being like stacked and then filled. You know what scale is the best? What? Ooh, rejection. Nice try, Bulls. That's kind of exciting. Ooh, where can we go? Well, maybe back to like 5505 ish. Guess that's not as exciting. Do you use in lieu of bid ask something proprietary? There's a few things. Some are proprietary, some aren't. They're all Here's the problem. They're always interpretive, right? No matter what you do, you're making an interpretation. Um you never 100% know if a contract is bought or sold, right? You can get some pretty decent accuracy, but you'll never be 100% sure unless you're the primary market maker. And even then, you only have visibility into the market that you've made, like the part of the market that you've made. Right? So say there's like 20, 30 MMs all participating in SPX, right? And like you got your big boys like Citadel and stuff that'll have a fairly significant chunk of the market made, right? Like 20% or 15% or something like that. And they have a lot of visibility, right? But they still only have visibility over their own book. So they can only make assumptions based on what they've bought and sold. And that's why we use aggregate measures to look at the market maker's book, right? Because you can get an idea of how all of the market makers are positioned. And then you can make assumptions about, you know, their strategy to hedge that positioning. Or, you know, have insight into their exposures. And when you do that, you no longer have to take as high a risk of positioning against the MM. You can position with the MM. And tick data doesn't matter. We have tick data. It's better than bid ask, but it's not that much better. What other market makers are on SPX besides Kenny? Citadel, Virtu, Two Sigma, Jane Street, what is it? Optiver, Susquehanna, Jump, HRT, XR. Citadel, Virtu, Susquehanna, and Jane Street are all pretty fucking big. Where does the MM want this today? Back at like 55.40. We still got a little bit more downside room here before we start to run into resistance. The shitty part is if we don't get a lower low, right? If we don't get a lower low, they're not going to get pressured out of their short puts and they'll be able to sell more. I said Jane Street. Wolverine's not that big. That's why they make markets for shit stocks like GME. I'd really like to see MNQ fail 19.7. The 5560 level on ES is also like a good continuation signal, right? And we bounced back and we're failing again, so a lower low here would be pretty fucking bearish. Because then next support's like 55.30. It's like it was about $30 of range on a break of 60. If we lose 30, that's where we could start heading down into that, like towards that CTA trigger. Market crashes like the start of one is like down here. We got a fucking long way to go. Well, tapping Daddy Diamond's puts and put us at like 8.5% correction. Delta neutral is like 9%. So it's pretty far out there. Oof, that's gonna take a while. No, it starts to go faster. Stop finding support, you piece of shit. Dump it. I should really just be playing futures. Contract prices are getting too high. How resistant will IWM be to following SPX down today? Probably not very. It already tapped like 215. Like I know I took profit on those yesterday, but there was like a real chance that IWM fell below 215 today. Is Vana unaware it's bankrupt? It's sitting on depreciating assets. What happens when everyone's over leveraged? Margin starts getting called. We're a long way away from that, I think. Maybe if we get something crazy, like Japan raises rates or the US cuts. But right now, no one big's blowing up. We're just trading where we were 2 weeks ago. Even that's how crazy the upside is, right? Or how crazy the potential downside could be. Oh yeah, yeah. The downside's got some potential. I still think we need something to break. It doesn't have to be big or obvious. It just we do need some systemic risk that's not just short puts being squeezed. Now we might get that while short puts are being squeezed, but yeah, I could have just done an easy like 40 points on NQ. Why aren't I trading futures right now? I thought Friday was for the Bulls. No, and historically it's not either. Usually everyone takes profits on Fridays, and it's the MM who wins. I don't even know where that saying came from. That saying literally formed after like 6 weeks of us dumping on Friday. I played with NQ one time with a 0 DTE put. It printed like 150% in 5 minutes. I closed it and that scared me and I never touched it again. Sovereign debt downgrade. Maybe if Trump gets elected. NDX is fucking awesome if the market's doing some crazy shit. So like if vol's like 50 and you can buy like 100 point out of the money strangles, that's when NDX is a good time. You just spend like 50 cents and hope you make 100 grand. I'm sorry, what? I thought you told us hope was our enemy. That's not hope. Well, I mean it is. It's just pure degenerate gambling. I think to date the contract I've had print the most was an NDX contract. I don't think I've ever had anything print more than that. Like for just a single option. I don't remember what Friday it was, but there was a Friday during the COVID crash where we went from like a low of 70, it was like 72 or 7300 on NDX to a high of I think it was almost 8,000. So it went up $700 in a day. Are you buying 5480p? I don't know. I really don't want to buy puts here. I mean, I'm already short TQQQ. I have my 5620s. I have 5660s, right? The 20s expire today. The 60s are next week. I don't think I need to do anything. Like I need to trim a little bit of my Vega puts, right? Like start pulling back my cost basis. But I think outside of that, I don't need to do shit. I just need to hedge the upside. And I don't even need to do that near the money. I could do it at like 5580 or 5600. I only have to worry about like a massive reversal. Yeah, Tesla's looking more and more bearish. Oh, did my shitty options print and I missed it? God damn it. Go back down. Fucking stupid support. Charm's gotta be negative here, right? Even with the bounce. Interestingly, not on the 0 DTs. Well, not right here. Wait, is that up to date? Maybe that's the problem. Oh, that's not. Gross. Getting under 5505 would be so bad. Fridays are for bulls. Are they? I just want this to fail twice and us to get some like downside momentum and absolutely destroy all these short puts. There's so many fucking short puts under 5505. 55. Yeah, if we broke 5505, potentially we could run down to like 5560, 5460. Sorry. Far more likely that it would just stop at 5480, but SMCI is at what? If it gets rejected, it might fall back to 800, but 800's support, right? It needed to hold the lower level to move down the puts to the downside. So there's probably a play on a break of 810 to test 800, but then you risk a bounce off 800 again. If it fails 800, it could go back to like 780. Oh shit level for VIX to hit when things get a little spicier. Last I remember 16 was supposed to be non-trivial. Are there others? 16 is just like the median. Like the long-term median. VIX 20, 25, 30. Those are far more significant. We were above VIX 16 for like the entirety of 2021 and 2022. What do you think about costs? Like as a company? It's a giant bag of shit. They own some headphone patents, and the owners of the company are like the inept heirs of engineers. Oh, and they sell headphones at gas stations. I think he means will it squeeze and make him lots of money. It looks super bearish. It already did that. Did you buy after it squeezed? When bullish bounce. Supports at 55.05. Is it prudent to get cheat bull call spread on SPX for cover bid risk? A cheap bull call spread, cover bid risk, 7 to 10 DTE. Yeah, that's not stupid. It's generally speaking, when I'm leveraged the downside, I'll usually buy some kind of like out of the money, fairly wide bull spread, and then just roll it down as price drops. Do you have rut Greeks? No. There's probably not enough contracts on them for it to be reliable anyway. I could get them, but it's shitty. Chart still looks bad for ups. Yeah, it does. Also, VIX is getting pretty close to where we were earlier. Which, that's where that Vana risk comes from, right? All those puts are both exposed. All those sold puts are both exposed to changes in price and changes in volatility. Hmm. So SPX could swan dive more. Yeah, yeah, especially as volatility increases. Explain Vana risk. Vana is gonna quantify both the effects of volatility, well, the effect of changes in volatility and the underlying's asset price on delta. Right. So even if we're not like that, like the asset isn't changing price very much, but volatility is going up, right? The delta on those contracts is going to increase from the point where they were sold, right? So pushing them underwater in much the same way that like selling short puts squeezes out the short calls, or squeezes out like the long put positioning, which then squeezes out the short calls. Except opposite, right? Because instead of IV dropping, IV is rising. It's pure distilled brine time for the pickle jar. I love it. What does the Wheel of Fortune have anything to do with this? And Vanna White having anything to do with this? But they don't. Are bulls struggling? Yeah. All of their local support is at one strike. Like 55.05 is the only thing defending all of the puts sold down to 54.60. Mm-hmm. Well, Dispersion's either going to push up more here, or we're going to get another low locked in. Maybe. Well, that's weird. Oh. That means we won't lose 5505 by end of day. Why not? If they need to defend it, they'll defend it. Well, the same could have been said earlier about 50, 55, 40. Crab. Any good backtesting software you recommend? How much money do you want to spend? Midweek goes by way quicker when the market falls. Do you think we bounce before the end of the month? Also, happy 3 years. Thank you so much, Tom Tom. First of the pigeon wells and first of your name. Um, Generally speaking, if we find a bounce, it's around GN on the monthly. Um, I don't know if we will. Things are very bearish here, right? But I would still maintain a hedge because all of that put delta is in the money to the upside of us, which means any strong reversal and we can squeeze like all the way back up. Does it feel like an end of day ripper is coming? I don't know. I just want us to lose 55.05, man. Do you think IWM will see more upside, sideways, or down over the next month? I have an at the money cover call that would like to hear you say sideways. Oh, probably down because it went up 12% in a week and it's like 50% stocks that are gonna go bankrupt. Ooh, we're losing 505. This is the good shit. Come on, keep it going. They're starting to pull back their short puts. VIX 17. Okay, my Octobers are starting to get pretty spicy. I'm up 86% on them right now. God, I love Vega puts. Someone knocked? Fuck. Hold on. All right, cool. It didn't bounce. Awesome. Hmm. This is getting spicy. Yeah. They're selling the fuck out of the 5,500. Yep. Yes, they are. Very aggressively. Can you dump SMCI to 750 so I can afford the beta? Hold on. It's not even under 800 yet. Nice, Carl. 5,500 put. Hmm. SMCI does have a nice head and shoulders on the 5-minute though. Mrs. Carl wants to know what you're eating for lunch and why it isn't her. Jesus Christ, Carl. You can't hit me with that shit out of left field. Didn't she have a baby like 2 days ago? It was like a week, but yeah. Barrel. Barrel is 1 week old today. Have you taught him how to trade options yet? I'm eating sweet potato chips. He sleeps in options as a strategic investment. You just hollowed it out for him. Tell Mrs. Carl I hope she's having a wonderful recovery. Why is Upstart not $25 now? Crime? I've just like blew through Gamma Max. Is Carl raising your kid? It's not mine, it's a ginger. It's probably J Fresh's. Did you say if we break 5,500, we could see 5,470? I said if we broke 5,505, we could see 5,480, but maybe 5,460. No, VIX isn't dead. It's the opposite of dead. It's alive. It's called a cuck because cuckoos get other birds to raise their young. Yes. Welcome to the same page, Dave. Would you average down your Carvana position here? Probably. I have a good amount of theta on it. Also, some of the out of the money call positioning pulled back yesterday. So I'm a little less worried about being over 35. Nope. It immediately failed. Okay, never mind. I missed the entry. Damn it. And I planned that out earlier. Motherfucker. Great segue. ATP is such a piece of garbage. Why do you use it? You don't want to spend the fucking 10 minutes it takes to open a different brokerage account? Are you carrying any Tesla into their earnings? No? I already got stopped out of my Tesla short today anyway. I'm an old man who has to use an interface that looks like Windows 98, got sick, and vomited a UI. Do anybody know what BOS is? Are they still selling the 5,500? No. Ooh, it's go time. This is embarrassing. I hope we dropped a 50, 55, 6, or 54.60. There's very little support under 55.05. No. Go back the other way. Ah, you bastards. This is a bullshit support. They sold the 54.95. Actually, no, not much. They sold a bunch more of the 54.80. Ah, fucker. Oh, alright. Boo. Now we can reverse all the way back to... here? I don't know, maybe we can get back to 55.10. I feel like this is just gonna get rejected. He's still... They're still in a shit spot. Hmm. Thank you, sir. I'm out, but up. Nice. Can we ever be bullish again? Is this the end times? It's really hard to be bullish here. Can you check where Intel might fall off to? Can I choose 0? Yes, yes, you can. It won't. The next major support's down at like $30. Maybe 32.30. Eighty percent of my retirement is in Intel. Everybody was getting super bullish on them last week. It ripped. That's why I shorted. No justification at all. Good instincts. It's like shorting AMD because it's also an overvalued, massively overvalued. It's interesting that the dip buyers don't seem to be showing up, right? Like Nvidia's down 16.5% from its high. Don't hear anything. Messed up all the trades today. It's just one of those days. Sharp bounces. This is the downside of higher vol environments. You can't just sit in your shitty options contracts all day. Why does this keep bouncing if they're not buying? They're selling the puts. I liked being under 5,500. It was nice there. I think I'm gonna trim like 50 of my Vega pooties. This is a big level, right? I could lock in like 35K. Ooh, and I could refill my checking account. Perfect. 5,500 felt comfy. Fuck this noise. We're only trading like $5 higher. How are you up so much on your Vega puts? I'm only up 15%, and I bought sub 14 VIX 3M. What strike do you have? I bought mine at like $8. Average. Because you have more theta and you're closer to the money. Some of the short puts still squeezed off on that. Let's try to start selling puts in the money. Time to buy calls yet? No. Well, probably not. I guess we could get back to like 25. But 5505 is still a big fucking big resistance. It'll be hard to get past it. Like everything on the chain is still bearish as fuck. I know you guys keep looking for the V because you're conditioned for that, but you gotta snap out of it. We're not in that market maker environment anymore, right? It's so bored. I'm now paper trading 250 contracts of 0 DTEs. I still feel nothing. Well, I mean, yeah. It's a learned helplessness of being above gamma neutral. Did I say that right? Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Mechanically, V's don't work the way they do above us down here. The different mindset needed to hedge the upside and profit from the upside. Could you be more specific? Because I'm not sure what you mean. I think I do, but maybe not. Clearly, there's still upside risk, but it's less likely to be profitably volatile. Yeah. There's going to be bounces, and as volatility increases, those bounces will pick up strength, right? Do you think a different way of wording that, Maze? So you could say if the mentality is everyone is expecting the V could turn into a blowout if the market at large is playing for that. Last time we dropped below GNDN, you hedged to the upside, but you weren't expecting it. What's the difference in price, target, duration, spreads? I don't really put that much thought into it. I just get like 50 wide debit spreads way out of the money. Sometimes I buy them every day. They're super cheap. I mean, like, I could buy like an 85. Let's see. How much would that be right now? Let's go like 50 wide. This is like 10 cents. And for next Friday, or well, for end of month, they're only like $11 each, right? Fine, 20 wide. They're $5. It was like the 55, 85, 56, 35. The staggering difference is you know how to manage them. Well, if we like bounce back to like 5,600 and I have week and a half debits, like they're gonna print, right? The value of the call side of that contract is gonna go up far faster than the sold call, right? So, I mean, they hedge small bounces. And if you get a rejection, you just close everything. Um, and you know they also hedge massive overnight rips that squeeze off all of the short positioning. Instead of cutting the profitable puts and holding longs, no, I cut the puts. Like if we go above monthly GN here, I'm gonna cut most of my short dated shit. If we were to go back above DN, I'd start cutting longer dated stuff. Like you should just always be taking profits. The hedge is just there in case things reverse unexpectedly before you can get out. I have August 56, 57 because I'm lazy. I should probably roll down if we end the day down here. Possibly. We're about to experience 4 hours of only green candles. Screenshot this. They just take profits by rolling up and down. You mean rolling out and resizing? You can do that if you expect a continuation.
But it's like doing it too often is a really good way to just reduce your total profits. Do you factor in the hedge as a total loss? It's a cost. Yeah. Where would you normally consider this a reversal? I mean, if I was just looking at it technically and I didn't have any options data, what do we got? 50 back here, like 55.16, like that high. I'd probably start positioning for a reversal around like 55.13, and then 16 would be like the confirm that we're reversing. Except I have options data, and 55.10 looks like resistance, at least for now. That's not how you determine a reversal, Mikey. Gap at 50, 213, 214. Short IWM with duration. Short Apple with some duration. Ooh, Google keeps falling. Nice. $20 a pullback. $5.75. Hmm. XRT is getting slaughtered. FTSE rally looks about tapped out. When's the Bank of Japan rate decision? The next one? Maybe if I should take some profits on Costco. Spoiler, BOJ's not doing anything. July 30th. What do you think helped the Bulls as we get closer to close? Positive charm at 5,000 if we're above it. Yeah, 5,500. Q help the Bears. I missed my chance to sell my QQQ pets. We might be fucked. We'll see. If this rejects, we're gonna probably fall right back to where we were. Like they keep trying to pump it, but they're not really gaining a lot of ground. Coin's up 10% today? What the fuck? BTC pumped a bunch today. AMD is in serious danger. Yeah. Most of the bullish positioning on coin started to fall off into the midweek. That's why I took profits on it. Like it already hit my PT. I didn't miss it. You know, going long coin was literally a pick right here. Why are you such a fucking idiot? Do you practice? I'm good at it. Schwab is bricked. You can't buy or sell positions currently. Ouch. So you're telling me I've avoided being able to trade all day? Or avoided being unable to trade all day because of my Chinese brokerage. Mass de-hedging of puts and squeezing sold calls. Yep. So they just start buying futures and they don't stop until they're back to neutral. It's more investor minded than trading. But Intel's in somewhat hot water with their chips failing, and AMD is poised to take over more of that server chip business. Yeah, Intel doesn't give a shit. They're getting a bunch of free money from the government to become the US's version of TSM. I'm not mad. You're just a moron. Alright, I'm banning you. I didn't ban him. I just timed him out for 24 hours. He'll just go bitch about it on the Discord like he always does. Gork, check the thing. I don't think that's your problem. I'm not sure that's bullish, right? Like, that's just like, we're just gonna be here. This is our new home. Or we reject really hard off 5510. I don't like it here. This has been the lamest $60 move. RP down to 379. I just realized I was over trading like crazy today. How do you step away when that's happening? I want to watch still, but it triggers me wanting to play. Just burn money on e-minis. If you really want to trade chop and you're that bored. E-minis are like penny slots. You can just do like 2-1, 3-1. Stop TP. It's because there's so much of one type of option in the money. I mean, this drop was because of the cover, like the cover bid, right? A lot of it because there was so much delta in the money on the call side when we were up at 56.60 that as we started to fall faster and faster because the was deleveraging all that delta. No, ticks. 3 tick take profit, 10% stop, or 1 tick stop loss. You can just burn hundreds of dollars a day in commissions for fun. If you're better than 70%, you'll make money. I could just deposit what I lost and pretend that didn't happen. I'll totally learn if I do that right. Oh boy. IWM's failing the test at VWAP. QQQ might fail the test. Resistance here. And if we start selling, we'll start dumping again because the MM's negative everything. No, I don't trade that. $2 red candle, 55.10. All in on 5500p. Maybe. The cliff is a little higher, but I don't think there's more. I don't know if there's more leverage to the downside this time. Maybe. If vol picks up. But Thunder, just so you know about your Vega pooties, despite moving up more slowly because you have more theta, the returns on them are more durable. So the more theta you have, the less they're going to increase, right? Because you get more theta, they already have a lot of IV, especially that far out of the money. But the increases in IV are more durable. So if you have like leaps or something like that, and they're far out of the money, when IV spikes like this, you get a lot more time to get out of them. You just don't make as much profit. What was Zix like during the COVID era? It went up a bunch. Did it hit 50? VIX hit like 85 during COVID. What's your preferred method of trimming nose hair? Mine don't get very long. Maybe it's all the steroids. For my allergies. Just you wait, Pickle Man. What, does it get worse as you get older? Your shoulders are looking sculpted, sir. They're not. You could braid mine into a mustache if I let them get too bad. I don't know. I've taken like every allergy medication on the planet since I was like 4 years old. So I think the inside of my nose is like bald at this point. I don't know which one did it, but one of them. Do you find yourself becoming numb to chronic flattery? Never. Eyebrows at 40 also get bad? Shit. And ears? Huh. No, I don't have ear hair. I don't have back hair either. I'm pretty bald, like a dolphin. Like my whole body is just fairly bald. My arms aren't hairy. My legs aren't hairy. Not Persian confirmed. Like the majority of hair on my body is on my head and face. Every time the stylist trims my eyebrows. Huh. There's something about mixing the anxiety of trading with the pain of ripping hair out that just satiates my need for being uncomfortable. All these blessed genetic traits and chooses not to have children. Idiocracy is a prophecy. Hmm. But if I had a child, I would just train it to sell options for me, right? So he wouldn't be doing anything productive in the world. Smooth and soft like Play-Doh. The salt of a pickle. Thanks, Pickle Rich. I just want VIX to get back to 25. I miss it. It's been so long. You guys remember the last time we had VIX at 25? I do. It was right around the time everyone lost all their money when the banks failed. It's been 74 years. Where do you think you could find a floor? UCO? If oil stays like on trend, probably somewhere around like 29 or so. God, I picked UCO as a pickles pick one time. You've already got the leveraged oil bug. That was quick. Will I lose even more money at VIX 25? I don't know. Not if you're right about the direction you of the option you buy. Higher VIX is so much easier to trade, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. But you gotta hedge all your mistakes on low VIX by just selling a bunch of shit, right? It's like, I fucked up. I'll sell some more puts. You're really depressed today about getting stopped out a bunch, Thunder. Are bulls building anything here, or just attempting to find stability? Mostly stability. There's a few more calls to the upside here. Like, 20? Maybe out to 20? And then we run into a bunch of resistance again. Do you think the rest of the day will be flat after they saved 5,500? I'm not sure if they've saved it yet. We could from where we're at right now, like any sell off could send us right back to 5,505, 5,500. If we get back above GN on the monthly, then maybe we're out of the shit, but we're not there yet. And right now this is just like bearish consolidation, right? Oops. Monthly GN's at 55.1690. It's the yellow line right here. Why does bearish consolidation look so bullish? Because you're getting fewer and fewer buyers at each level. That's what makes it bearish. And that's why you're getting like less and less range, right? So you have a lot of buyers here and here and here, right? And but it's a little bit less every time. Boom, textbook. Yep. Actually, like the VIX like 14 to 18 range is great for technical analysis. So, what do you mean by range? If you're getting persistently stronger buys as you move up, you end up with something like that, right? That's, consistently getting more range per leg up. So say you get like a move up and then you're getting like a bigger move up, right? That's, that ends up being like, it doesn't consolidate. You get something that's like kind of expanding. And that tends to break. Dump it, twizzle me. If we do fail here, this might be a more significant breakdown than the prior one. Ooh, the daily failed. Interesting. Swan dive? There's still support. So you're getting consolidation. Does the amount of range for the first leg up matter? Will there be greater confidence on the bearish consolidation to break down if the range of the first leg down was small? The amount of range for the first leg up matter? Not necessarily. I mean, I think what you're trying to ask is if it starts with a weaker bounce, you usually won't get very much consolidation like this off of a weak bounce, right? This is, I mean, this is right here. This became a local reversal, right? And that failed. And then we got another bounce, and we started to push for the broader reversal, which then failed. Now we could get support around here where we're trading, and if we do, we might push the rest of that reversal, right? And generally, like, repeated bullish consolidation like that starts to just, or bearish consolidation like that starts to just get bullish, right? Because it means you had a high concentration of buyers here, and now you found a new high concentration of buyers higher, right? Which increases the chance that you find even more buyers up here, which is, you know, where this would ultimately actually reverse. Yeah, Theta isn't predictive. You just want to use it to manage risk, right? So, like, you know, for instance, um, if you're gonna short this, you wanna a confirm that it's breaking down, right? And then you wanna, you wanna watch like the prior levels for support as it declines. So this line isn't, you know, to predict anything. It's just there to tell you where your entry is. And then if it bounces, you know, the other way, you know, where your exit would be or your risk. And that's true if you were long the bottom too, right? Like if you went long here hoping for a bounce back to, you know, 55.16, you know, you would be following this trend, and when it breaks, you would exit. How do we dumb and buy some 10-cent TQQQ calls? Yeah? QQQ and Q looks kind of weak. But whatever. I guess if they're 10 cents, who cares? 72? Well, that's not 10 cents anymore. Oh, you're targeting 72? Mm. Yeah, that's what I said. I get it. Hmm. Dumpies. Nope, TQQ does not cash settle. It also doesn't trade after 415. I don't think. Does it? Maybe it does. It definitely doesn't cash settle. There's like no good cash settling NQ instruments. They all suck. But you gotta trade your options 15 minutes longer, I think. It's doing it. Is it 5480 time? Maybe. VIX up. Do you have any gold exposure? Some, yeah. I had more yesterday. Apparently CME raised margin requirements this week. What do? I don't think you have to worry about it. That's exactly what I was asking. Okay. Yeah. So if you have like a weak bounce, right, off of a support, right? Generally speaking, that won't break out at all from like the local reversal, and you'll just get a continuation really soon. So to even get bearish consolidation, you need a stronger initial bounce. Because what you need to do is you need to find buyers, and then they buy, but then they buy less as the price improves. Right. And then the next time you test that level, there'll probably still be buyers, but they might be weaker, right? So you might get, like that and then fail. And then you probably get like really weak support, like a really weak bounce there, and then you get a continuation. Sometimes you don't get all this, right? Sometimes the buyers just aren't very strong initially. SMCI may finally be doing the thing. Oh, lost 800. Nice. Also, Gherkin, remember that AVGO Iron Condor from a few weeks ago? That was pretty nice. Yes, it was. When scalping is the correct play to enter on each of the tests with tight stops with out of the money, or to buy at after 2 candles of downside below test. Is it correct to enter on each side of the test with tight stops? You can, but that's not really scalping. Scalping is, you know, you're buying on the confirm, right? Or at least with options. You're buying on the confirm, you're buying the breakout. And so like scalpers, you know, like say they want to go long the 5505 right here, right? Because there's a little bit of support. So you know, you would pull up like the wait, hold on, I gotta switch this to SPX. I hope I do this fast enough before it bounces. God damn it. Well, I tried. So you would go like long the 5505, right? Before the breakout. So if you're scalping, you'd have like a stop buy. And then like a take profit. And so basically what would happen is like if this broke out, right, you would buy and then you would almost immediately take profit. So you buy at like 8, profit at 10. That's more like what scalping is. If you're buying before the reversal, right? Like you're buying the bottom here. Or like you're gonna wait for this retest, right? And so you've got a buy order here, and you want to see price improvement from there forward, right? This is reversal trading, right? So you're trying to trade the reversal point in the market. Like you found support, it's established, right? But you don't know if it's directional support. It could be, right? And so this may not actually be the bottom. And these you need like stops. So you would buy with a stop. Now, these tend to be way more profitable than scalping, but they carry a lot of risk. Right, because you could enter these 50 times and get stopped out every time. Scalping has its own set of risk that has to do with, you know, breakouts failing before your take profit. AKA trying to catch the knife. Yeah, trying to catch the knife or time the top. If you have a margin account though, it becomes a lot easier to scalp because you can trade more actively, right? Did someone say getting stopped out 50 times? Okay, you have a full margin account, a fully funded margin account. Scalping can be better. But if you have a cash account, you really can't you can't scalp a lot. I mean you can, but it's gonna be really slow to like build your port up because most of your scalps are gonna be like $1 or 50 cents on a contract. And you usually have to pick like pretty like you're buying the in the money to at the money contract, right? So if you're in a cash account, you're gonna burn through your settled cash super fast. Cash account makes you more likely to want to hold when you should sell to not waste a trade. Yeah, it does. But you can also do more fun shit in cash accounts, right? Like or fully funded margin accounts. Like you can like determine like a range that we're trading in, right? And you can sell spreads at the top and bottom of that range. Like when you confirm a rejection, you can sell the bear spread. When you confirm a bounce, you can sell the bull spread, right? And what you can do is, when you sell the bear spread, you close it on the bounce, and then you sell the bull spread, and you just keep doing that all day. And then, you benefit from range bound trading and from timing the highs and lows within that range. Also, theta is always working in your favor into the end of the day versus working against you, which is why you guys get burned trying to play chop because you're playing it the wrong way, right? You're trying to play chop by going long, right? And then, when you're going long options on chop, the the benefit of the contract is in the MM's favor. Right? But if you're short contracts on chop, then you're getting the benefit of realized volatility crush and theta. Yeah, you benefit from IV crash. That's why I said spreads. You don't need that much money to short spreads. If you have like portfolio margin, then you can just sell naked puts and calls, which you make more profit. But I mean, you also take on theoretically unlimited risk. You can also like trend days. Those days where you have the really shitty like we open and then we drop and then we start doing this all fucking day. These benefit from like debit spreads because you want to play the trend, right? But it's slow. So going long a contract, you're just gonna keep getting stopped out on every drop, right? And it makes it really hard to capture any meaningful profits. But if you have an idea of an upside target upon the breakout, right? You can just get the debit spread, like add the money, sell that. And then, if the trend continues, you're fully profitable in the range. But while it chops, you don't take as much of a hit from theta decay. I made 60% on cat today. Thanks, Gherkin. No problem, man. We should be getting some new data in the database this week. That's going to make it a little easier for me to sift through the like opportunities on the 0 DTE stuff. So that'll be cool. Charm is for the Bears. Yeah, below 5,000 it is. If we stay here, right? Remember, charm, the effective charm increases into close, right? So, under 5,000, which we're barely under, um charm will push down. Above 5,000, it's kind of It's not bullish, right? Like it's not like this is pushing up hard. But it's very small. But the effect of it, as we move into the end of the day, becomes more and more significant. Experience building data pipelines. I could help with ETL data processes. I appreciate that. We have so many fucking back-end engineers. um and like they are very qualified and very experienced. So I appreciate it, but I don't need any help with the back end or cloud infrastructure or anything like that. I see 20% on a position, I bail. Yeah, I mean, if you can make 20% on your capital a day, you're fucking rich in no time. Is it not just you, Dork, and JFresh? No, there's like a bunch of us. They just hide in the shadows. I'm a pro at front end stuff. Check out this marshmallow. That's impressive. I don't need an AI music guy. What I need is a UI UX designer. Fiverr? Ew. How convenient. I love Excel, but hate honeycombs, apparently. Did someone say UI? I did. I just said it. I do that. Like design? Like fancy UI design? How much do you like? Hold on. How much do you like working for no money? Um, nudes of dork and free market data. I already have two of those things. And being underappreciated. Oh yeah, yeah. Had me at no money. We also yell at each other, only sometimes. I'm unemployed right now. You're my new favorite person. Hit me up. Do you have any like work, like samples? Yes, but only in liquid form. Hmm. No, not. I didn't say do samples of our stuff, but samples of stuff he's already done. We bounced. Is 5505 resistance now? Yes. Check DMs for my UX UI submission. Popcorn, that's just a box that says click here for 2Ds and a circle that says click here for more 2Ds. What tech stack are we talking about? I don't know those words. I can get that information for you. It's like show us the submission. No, JFresh will like it too much. How do I sign up for Popcorn's UI? I've always wanted a brokerage that was just 4 buttons. I noticed that you don't have a sell button built in there. That's illegal. No, seriously, Gilgamesh, though, if you want to reach out, let me know. Because I need someone to give it the Hawk Tua and some polish. It doesn't have to be entirely unprofitable. Are you over 18? We like free labor, but not free child labor. Hey, interns. Okay? High school interns. That's free child labor. Okay, clearly buying this call would have paid off, but that's not the lesson I want you guys to learn here. There's people in here under 18? I hope not. I think you need to start saying AI under your breath to subliminally get people's tits jacked for the data beta. Ugh. Barl's under 18. That's true. Also, the Gherks. Baradactyl's Gherks. I will unpigeonwheel so fast if you do that. What? Say AI a bunch? Where does data and beta rhyme? Because they both end in TA. And the E in beta makes a sound. Unless you pronounce it data, well, then you're a cunt. So it's... I don't let them watch live. I just let them watch snippets that I've screened so they don't YOLO into AMC or something. I know a marketing agency in New York City that can help. Help with what? Making us popular? What is this? Is this another? Would you like to buy 2Ds? Yes, or yes, but lower. Excellent. I also missed half of what you said in the last 2 minutes. God damn it. Yeah, well, most of the work we're considering doing on like polishing stuff would be between now and launch. But let me know. There's an unfortunate lack of UI designers in the pickle jar and a extreme surplus of back-end full stack engineers. Do you need design or implementation or both? Probably more design. I think we have implementation covered. Apparently I don't count. I don't like you. Do you do UI design? Awesome. Popcorn, I appreciate your 2Ds buttons, but I was thinking we could go with something a bit more refined. That's a weird way to say neckbeards. Front-end guys are too busy to trade. I don't want that life. I personally think the UI I've seen is very nice. It's cobbled together. And it is. I mean, we've put a lot of work into it. Why would full stack people not be able to do UI? It's the design part of UI. They can do the rest of the shit, the buttons and where to put them and all that. It's pretty stuff, making it pretty. I want to spend the entire day talking about it, so JFresh yells at me again tonight. You're looking for UX designer to polish the dashboard or more attracting new customers? Both. Like, it's great. The way it is, it's awesome, right? But I definitely want to do, like, a lot more polishing. Mrs. Gilgamesh is even better than me at that, so maybe there can be some magic. Ooh. I've never been in a throuple. Yes, I do UX UI. I heard you, Surface Smurf. My brother was actually in a throuple. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? I'm not teaching you guys any good lessons about risk management keeping this contract that I talked about buying at the bottom on the screen, am I? At least Carvana is back at a normal price again. It's about to 3x. What risk? God damn you, popcorn. You wanted refined. I gave you refined. Okay. This is not what I meant. You've just put pictures of expensive items on the screen. And then changed the wording to master popcorn. Ship it, it's perfect. Don't you not really like anyone? Or is this a special kind of fuck you, change your name? No, because I still want to be able to identify you. It makes it easier to ignore your comments. uh, take my fucking money. Oh yeah, that looks good. What's the problem? You guys are a terrible test audience. I'm starting to think that you're poor. Does the boat have a toggle switch? No, it just sits there. I actually don't even like caviar. Me either. It's gross. Does that help? What? What? I don't even know what you did. No, that's not true. I already initiated the wire transfer, which may not settle today. Nope, it did. I'm good. Greek, they got GN. They did, yeah. But what's important is that I tried to teach everyone about managing risk on a contract that then ripped 450%. I said a stop. Now V? Well, now a V is more possible, yeah. We're in a position where we could actually move up. Probably not very likely to. At least not much above GN, but I guess if we squeezed out the short calls, maybe. Or alternatively, bulls are going to use this opportunity to do the other thing I talked about, which is sell more calls. And they're going to sell those up here in this range, which then crushes the gamma spot, right? And then drives price down. Bears. Bulls, bears. Same thing. Vol sellers. Indifferent. But doing that also creates risk. Interesting. If they don't sell enough calls, then they could get squeezed out of the calls they have. Then bull. Yeah. What's that at? It's at 30. So there's calls sold out here. And here at 25. There are not a lot of calls at spot, but there are a lot of puts. Sold calls. Sold puts. All right, so if we fall into the sold puts, bearish. if we can drive up through this range into the sold calls, bullish. This range, kind of boring. Zero DCE straddle. Probably overpriced. $14. It's a little pricey. Because the downside range is like $12. Upside range is like 7. No, this is like 13 and 6 now. Probably not. Could maybe do something like something like, oop, that's way too big. Bum, bum, bum. Inverse condor. 20, 40. That's kind of shitty. Yeah, that might be better. Something like that. Inverse iron fly. I don't like that. Max loss is too much. It's better to go on the credit side. $33.17. What's Dispersion doing? Ooh. Almost back to intraday lows. Room to the upside. Not fucking much. I'm getting more puts being sold out of the money more aggressively. Puts being sold at the money. Bulls are gone. Oh, those are being bought. Interesting. Yeah, rejections are bad because the MM's going to sell into the downticks. That's SLD over today. It's over Monday morning. You see bullish rebound going into next week. Possibly Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe end of day Monday. This is just a healthy SLD pullback in our healthy normal bull market. This is excessive for an SLD pullback. I wouldn't say it's healthy. But the question we still have to ask is it driven by sector rotation or is it sustainably going to keep moving down? NQ dropped 6%. That's a big pullback. Yeah, it is. But relative to its move up of 30% in like 8 months, it's not that big. We got 40 minutes. We could get stuck here. It would make more sense that we see some profit taking into close, but What price would drive an to cover? Oh, to buy to cover to the upside. 25 would get it started. 30 would get it moving really fast. I wonder if the Bears are going to start selling in the money calls again. Hmm. We are definitely forming a bit of a bottom here on the SPX. How much are like 5,600s for next Friday? 5,580? Like 26 bucks? That's not that bad. Hmm. It's July 31st, not next Friday. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a lot better. 14. Hmm. Mm. Correction complete? Not necessarily. Oops. Pushing the reversal. Starting to get some in the money calls. So we squeeze out the 0 DT short calls, which can push us to like 55.40. What is that on QQQ? Pushing the dispersion really hard. That would be excessive, but that's kind of interesting. Well, if we squeeze out the 0 DTE sold calls, yeah. Because the next major resistance to the upside of 2020 is 45. Slipping. Damn. Oh, stopped out of both. Failed fucking DN again. Let's see if I can try to pick something else up. Well, that's shitty. It's 332. Maybe I just wait. I'm sitting on my hands now. Yeah. A bunch of the 55-10 calls took profit. What's the thanks? Took big losses a few weeks ago. Almost lost my port. Started watching you and turned it around. I appreciate you. Thanks, man. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. Keep it up. Oh, what's that, Gilgamesh? Bull. Does Figma sound familiar? Yes. Yeah. Figma is a cool thing that I don't know how to use. Are ex-dividend dates usually bullish and then bearish after? Not always. But a lot of times, like, shorts will cover before the dividend. Hmm.
Mm. Mm. Hmm. Dispersion broke back down, but they're trying to reverse it. It looks like bulls want to reverse this. They're buying a lot of out of the money calls. But the 5505 call is also being sold. So there's definitely still support here in this range. But that doesn't mean we'll bounce off of it. We need a lot more out of the money call buying to get a bounce. $40 left. If we fall lower than 5,500, we pressure the short puts. Back above 5,500 though, and we might see the long puts take profits. There's a little bounce. Interesting. Are we gonna lose 5,500? I don't know. It's gonna be hard to lose 5,505 right now, but we could lose 5,500. They're buying calls in the money. 55. Well, 54.90, 95, 5,500.
There's calls being sold at the money at 55.05, and then they're buying calls out of the money at 55.10, 15, and 20. So let's see, if they short vol really hard here, they can push it back to like 55.15, and then but like 20, 25, 30 would still be very, very difficult. We've seen crazier shit, but I mean, a return to like GN is the most likely outcome, provided they can push back against the long puts hard enough, or force them to capitulate. How is VIX going straight down with this action? It's not. Bounce back super hard. That might be a bottom on NQ2, although some sellers above 19,725. Why is that the wrong fucking interval? Hmm. There's a gap fill. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 15 minutes left. GN's at 55.16. It's probably moved a little higher today. It's probably closer to 20 now, but um as far as we know, currently it's at 55.1690. The market maker would prefer to have this back at like 35 still. Charm is a little bit negative. Not super negative, but a little bit. I can't believe it's only a Tuesday. It's Friday, popcorn. Did you forget to reset your clocks after the power outage? What? Got him, Carl. Ugh. Just getting beaten to the dirt. The prices of on the at the money options elevated? They are. Yeah, at the money options are quite expensive, but that's also because of vol. Tasty Theta nom nom nom. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Tasty Theta a shout out for hooking you up. Oh, bounce, you bitch. Well, they just let the fucking gap fill. Then the short calls will close. What a sham. Win generous God Cornichon. Do you think they'll pump next week before PCE? Maybe. I don't think PCE is going to be all that hot. Most of the costs still seem to be consumer side. Maybe good news, got medically cleared. I'm officially not crippled. Have a great weekend. Pickle Man and Pickle Jar. Time to celebrate. Nice, man. I'm sorry you missed out on that sweet retirement, but maybe next time. Also, stop falling off ladders. They're not going to do it, are they? God damn these useless bulls. I'm 99% sure I'm crippled of the brain. Excellent, Carl. You're going to make a great dad. Continuation next week. If this is profit taking and de-risking, why would we stop here? We don't know if it's profit taking and de-risking or if it's just sector rotation that drove this. Are the bulls neutered? There's just a big fucking wall of sold calls at 55.05 that we seem to be unable to squeeze. It's so much harder to squeeze things when the MM hates you. Oh my god. That's how you describe it. Positive gamma. MM loves bulls. Negative gamma. MM hates bulls. I really like it here. Has anyone ever tracked how many hours streamed since the first stream? I have no idea. What do you call my UI unrefined? I didn't say it was unrefined. I said it's not what I meant by refined. Don't do that. You'll freak him out. Yeah, don't tell me. You got me. Hope you're playing the bear song to close out the week. Because you bought calls for next week. Don't forget hot tub streams. Oh, yeah. It's just not going to happen. Okay, we filled the gap. Yeah, they gave up on the out of the money call positioning already. Damn, we're going to end the week under 55. Bulls are terrible at this. I bought a poot instead of a pork chop. One day he'll learn. Last second candle will let us close at 55.02. I don't know. Shit actually gets really bearish over the next like 3 minutes. If we keep dropping, this is bad. Jesus Christ. Puts are so fucking expensive. It's 3 minutes to expiry, right? What the fuck? Hmm. Ding dang. All right. Well, right into the bottom of the market makers expected move today, down about 70 points. Um, that puts us closing below gamma neutral on the monthly for the week. This is definitely the back half of the week weakness that we've been looking for on the technical side for quite some time. Holy Saber, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. As far as tomorrow goes, I mean, we're set up well for a continuation to the downside. Remember, things settle out faster now. No more T+2, but T+1. So we'll be looking towards Monday morning for a possible continuation of this to a lower low. We also closed below the major future support at 55.60. However, found a decent amount of support at like 55.40. Um, the next kind of major level to the downside is 55.30, and then would be looking there again for support on Monday, and that's around like 54.80 SPX. Commodities fell off pretty hard again today. This kind of broadening of the sell-off. Now we're seeing, not just tech selling off, right, but also, Dow, Russell. We're seeing energy sell off, oil's dropping, commodities broadly are falling. This implies that we're probably going to see a continuation of this selling. The dollar and yields have been climbing up, so that's putting a little bit of additional margin pressure on things as well, right? And so unless we get a snapback in the dollar and yields, it's going to be really hard for anybody to get some meaningful leverage to pump this up. Correlation rose today, but they did try several times to reverse that. I would say this kind of does look like it's hitting maybe a local high, and we might get like a bear rally into the middle half of next week. But if next week still closes low, that's gonna continue that implication of a continuation. Forward yield on volatility still under the risk-free rate, but quite high at 3.64. This is the highest we've closed a week at for the yield on volatility. The carry trade is being levered up as the dollar rises, but it's not providing sufficient leverage. Core 3M is kind of moving up as bond vol starts to increase a little bit. Tail risk is pulling back. 75% of the S&P under its 20-day moving average. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX kind of rocketing up here. We're now at positive 21% correlation. Fed fund futures. Who the fuck's knocking on my door? Fed fund futures pricing in a little bit less for the rate cuts after yesterday's auction and today's Fed speakers at 0.625. So I'll have some more information out for you guys and Pickles Picks on Sunday night, and I will see you all at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. Thank you all so much. Have a lovely weekend, or Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Sunday for the member stream. Have a lovely weekend. I'll see you guys next week. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.